Ooh. Guess I should turn on my machine. Oh, no, I've got a new purple. I'm trying to decide one. Turn down music a little bit. Goodness. There we go. We'll start with that. Okay. I think I'm going to say no. I'm just going to go with black thread. We'll see how well that works. Okay, I'm going to move my mouse here. Good morning. Happy May the 4th. If you're a Star Trek fan, Star Trek. Oh my God. Y'all, it's already a morning. Star Wars. I am more of a Trekker than a Wars fan, but how can you not love, I think that's why I kind of love them almost equally, because they both have like strange little creatures that I love. Because look at how cute. Oh, I do have lines on there for that reason, don't I? Excuse me. We will do those in a moment. Let me see. These and these. So we are doing, I want to say the Teresita. Oh, good Lord. It is the train case from Rosa. That is the code. Thank you. Let's see. I even have my nails done up R2D2 style. I love them. They're so pretty. Oh, that's not what I need to open. There you are. Teresita. I'm going to go with Teresita. So it is a train case. It is adorable. I did mine a little taller because of the image on the panel. If I had done it the same size, scoot over. If I done it the same size, it would have cut off like a good half of his head or a good chunk of the bottom. And the bottom has the porgs. I can't cut off my baby porgs. Okay. It is a very cute train case. I do love the fact that you can make it taller or shorter without having to really do much in the way of math. Because as long as you're not making it like bigger around, as long as you're using the same measurements of width, then you're fine. You don't really have to worry about scaling. I'm going to sound like I'm yelling or I'm talking too. Sometimes I'm going to kind of correct myself in my quiet. For some reason, my ears just feel clogged. Like, when you blow your nose and they kind of have that blocked feeling. You'll also kind of see me like try to stretch my jaw because sometimes that pops them, but they've been bad recently. So I don't know if it's just the weather, the pressure in the air or something like that. It's never happened for this long. So we'll see. So I was able to cut out the pattern, just about all the pieces in the panel. This is the background of the panel. So this will be my top and bottom. The only piece I had to cut out from something else, well, technically two pieces. I had to do the back in a different one, in a different vinyl, which I really like this one. Hold on. I need to make sure that what I'm seeing is what I'm seeing. There we go. That might help. And then I did cut a little strip from the scrap left, and I'm using this this jelly vinyl that I got from Beauty and Geek. It's pretty stiff, so I thought I'd try it out as a pocket first, and I have an idea. I'm going to put this against the back of the bag. So I'm going to sew the complete thing together. And then right before I do that, I'm going, before I attach the top and bottom, I'm going to attach this pocket one out of the seam allowance. So I did fold that under. Still looks like it's a bit tall. I think it's going to be too tall. I think I need to cut it down. What I can do instead of cutting it down, yeah, I'll just fold it in so that there's no like sharp raw edge. I know everybody's got like an obsession with the clear vinyls. I'm not a huge fan of clear vinyl, but that's because I don't want anybody knowing what's in my purse. It's usually a nightmare, and I don't wish to share that nightmare. That's better. Yeah, because I'll be able to go like right there. So what I'm going to do is, as you can see, it's obviously larger than it, but I'm going to sew it onto the whole strip of it. And then I'm going to make little divided pockets with using the top stitching. So I think that's going to be really cute. She uses Decoville Heavy. I'm kind of on this kick of let me use a lot of the stuff that I don't normally use. And one of the only things I usually, or that I use my unglue, there's no like glue on this. One thing that I usually use this for is my NCW wallets. So I decided, let me try it out on here. Now, there's two ways that you can attach this. Where am I? Did I not? Oh, no, here they are. Woo! For a moment there, I thought I... top, bottom, that's those, and that's my back. Okay. So what you can do is, like I said, do a little bit of tape, put it on, and then put your backing piece, because this is a bound bag on the top and bottom, you can just kind of sandwich those together. That is completely up to you. I would at least recommend a couple pieces of tape so that it doesn't kind of go shifting around when you're trying to sew it. That's one option. Option number two is you can sew it to some woven interfacing, some thin interfacing, and then adhere, and I mean like a square of it, and then adhere it to your bottom or top and top, and then just cut away the excess, and that way it's secured on there completely. What I'm going to do is option three. I'm going to tape it down so it doesn't shift. Make sure it's centered nicely. Because you really do not, any type of heavy interfacing, Decoville Light and higher, you really don't want to sew over it and then have to curve your seam around that. It's going to stretch your threads, it's going to stretch your vinyl and or your material, and it's going to make it even bulkier, because now you're not just, now when you're having to top stitch or bend it, you've got two levels of that that interfacing folded on it for you, and you really don't want that. So I've got that. I'm going to A quick measurement. Yep, that's what I thought. Okay. Yeah. Okay, so I want about 3/4 in. Oh, and I wanted to put purse feet. I'm put my purse feet on it. Lord have mercy. Oh my God, can I even get to the purse feet? No purse feet, no. Where are you going? Ah. One, two, three, four, five. Okay. Nothing like grabbing a bag with the closed end up and the open end down. So I will have something to clean up later. Okay. Because what I'm trying to decide is I really want to sew around the interfacing. I just have to decide if I'm going to do that for the top as well. I don't think I'm going to worry about doing it for the top because I've got a handle to put on there. Which I need to look at that because I've got notes. Here we go. See, I made myself some notes while I was cutting it so that I wouldn't remember the wonderful, great, amazing ideas I have because I always forget them. I've got stuff everywhere because I've started batch cutting again. So stay. Okay. So we're going to try this again. Good morning to everybody once more. Okay. So I don't think I'm going to do that for the I don't think I'm going to worry about stitching down the top interfacing because I'm going to have a handle that I'm going to go through all the sizes. I'm going to be referencing some of this pattern because I've made it like, oh my God, it's another one I've only made like once before. Why did I pick this one? I do like showing y'all that because I know you've seen me do some patterns where I'm just like, and you do this, and you do this, and you do this, and you're like, oh yay. I know it's nice to see me know what I'm doing, but it's probably also kind of nice to see me not know what I'm doing. So I'm doing rose gold hardware. So I've got these pretty rose gold feet. I am going to stitch on the bottom. I've got my candle, my thread zapper all charged up. Okay. So I've measured in how far my interfacing is, which it should be 1/2 inch. Should be the operative word. So I think if I go in 3/4 of an inch, it will definitely catch the interfacing as well as, yes, that'll work. Tonight. Now the fun part's going to be the curves. It's always fun doing a seam allowance on a curve. A seam marking on a curve. Okay, so what I do, there we go. Oh, there you go. Now you can see Instagram. So what I do is I start where it looks like it's not about to curve, and I just kind of make little marks along the curve. And then I just kind of connect them. Boop. I've already marked on my main panel. I am going to quilt it a little bit. The last time I quilted this, I made one for my mom for Christmas. And I actually did a full, like, I cut out different rectangles. Again, apparently I failed geometry because I only remember half of it. And made a full panel with it. I was very happy with how it came out, and she liked it. I just wish, me, I fabric. Let's see. Good morning, Heart. How are you doing? I am making I'm bad with names as it is. The Teresita train case. So from now I'm probably just going to call it the train case, but it is not linked in my link. I'll have to change that. But it's from Rosa. It is such a cute little pattern. And it really is a nice, quick one. Unless you're like me and you've got to add things. Because you just can't leave well enough alone. Okay, so I've drawn a line. I'm going to top stitch down. Even if I was doing Decoville heavy, I would still top stitch this down just because it looks really pretty on the bottom. Yeah, you should see. I had to make the panel a little taller so that it would fit this guy. Ooh, cute. I'm actually even going to do some quilted lines on it to kind of break up the pattern because it's a really, really busy background pattern, but I like that. And I'm trying to remember. I know it's not oh so pretty. I'm trying really hard to remember where I got it because I want to get more. Okay, good. Just making sure I had my stitch length up right. Alright, so I'm just top stitching along. Apparently not even really paying attention to my lines as much as I would want. At least I am on the curve. But for some reason, I'm going wide coming out of it. Okay. I'm going to make a sticker that says this end stupid. Because I still had the wrong end. Oh, where are you going to? I want to go to these retreats. I'd love to go up to the So Whatever studio. Mainly because Lauren's just a doll to work with. And I think it would be really neat. I wonder if she's ever going to get cylinder machines because I'm actually a little worried to sew on a cylinder machine because I know the moment I do, I'm not going to want to leave it behind. And I've already done that at So Magical. And I still have the greatest regret in my heart that I had to leave that machine. Ways to give on how to be insensitive. Okay, so put a little piece of tape there. I do actually cut those. All right. There you are. As always, any cleaning stuff that you use to wipe off like markings and that, test on a little piece of the vinyl or whatever you're working with. to make sure, like if you buy heat erase pens, make sure that you double check that they don't come back, because there are some that do. Oh, we're in Georgia. I'm in Georgia. Why didn't I know about this? Because I don't pay attention. Weird little bubble there. But now I've got that all top stitched. I'm going to mark my centaurs. And Kasaya's going to be there. Oh, well, I hope you have a great time. Pixar, it didn't happen. I would love to teach one of the classes. I think it'd be lots of fun. I think one of the classes I would teach is how to start a new pattern and not stare into the void for 5 minutes every step you go. That'd be the whole title, too. Okay, so I marked my centers. And that is so I can take a moment. Let's see if this pen works. A lot of my pens have just suddenly been like out of ink. And I'm like, wait, why? Okay, so I've marked my center, and that's where one of my feet are going to go. Yeah, let's do 2.5. Actually, let's do that. I'm kind of just measuring with my heart here. But once I get one measurement where I like, I'm going to then use that measurement for everybody. Okay, so I have one. Because I'm always wanting to make sure that I'm not going to have to sew too close to the feet. Yes, that would be so much fun. Please help me remember, because the only thing I think of nowadays is Dragon Con. But I'm halfway through my convention prep list, and I am ecstatic because I'm actually just really surprised. Wait, what? How did I get halfway through this already? Oh, shit. I gotta be real careful. This is a new blade. Come on. See, this is why I like my scalpel better. Oh, let's do that. Okay, well, that might work a little better. Okay. Now, I think I made one of the holes a little larger than I normally do. However, it might just have felt... what would also help is if I put a hole in all the places that I plan on doing. So what I did is, this is really, really sharp right now. So I just kind of like scraped the blade until I knew I was through the Peltex, and then I went in and gently pushed through the fabric. I think that's what my problem was. Oh, that's a good idea. Hey, Sierra. All right. Now, if you feel you made a hole too big, just you can take a piece of fleece or something, an interfacing that has the glue on it, and fuse it over, and then kind of pop just a little bit of the hole in there, so you can still put your prongs through, and that will give your feet still the stability without the hole have been too big. Come on, where you at? Is this it? Of course, it's also sometimes you think you made too big of a hole and you didn't make a hole at all. Let's see, there you go. Now, I don't recommend doing that with like rivets or anything that has it needs to hold, but I mean purse feet are purse feet. They're not going to get yanked and pulled on as much. Okay. Huh. Really? Right. Okay. Well, let's try that again. Okay. And actually, none of my holes were too big. It just felt like it because it was popping through the interfacing, but it wasn't doing that much to the actual thing. But I love how they click. All right. Purse feet. Oh, and good news. I think I found a program that doesn't require a master's in technology to figure out. In all fairness, anytime I read instructions for things like that, if there's too many words on the page, my brain just goes into circus mode where all I hear is circus music while I'm trying to read, and it's very annoying. All right, so to protect my feet and the bag, I'm going to put a couple pieces of tape on here. My machine can handle if the tape goes into the seam, and it's not too bad of an idea if it does that, but I'd prefer it not to sew over these tapes. So much weird dance music in the 90s. Okay, here we go. All right, so now I've got the bottom ready to go. Oh, okay, good. So now I'm just going to baste the lining on top. I was so proud that I got all of this like cut out so quickly, and now I'm realizing that I think I forgot a couple of things. So I'm like, great. Just great. Like the way I plan on doing the handle is going to need strap ends. Okay, so I did not top stitch my Decoville to it because I'm going to be attaching that handle and it doesn't seem necessary to do so. I also don't want to mimic the bottom to the top. I don't know why, but you know. So I'm just basting these wrong sides together. This is a bound bag. In fact, if you're learning to bind, this is another good bag to start learning binding on. As it doesn't have a lot of binding. It just has the top and bottom. So it does have the curves, but they're not really that bad. You know, it's kind of a slope here. So it's not too bad. And remember, The only way to stop sucking at something is to keep trying. Alrighty. Now I'm just going to trim these, and that'll be our top and bottom. I'm definitely not going in the order. There we go. I like to have everything ready to go before I start the gusset part, mainly because then I can just go. Then I'm just finishing up the bag. Once the gusset's done, it's assembly time. I mean, if he calls it Avenger time, because I said something about having to get to the assembly part. He's like, it's Avenger time. And I'm like, why is it Avenger time? Because it's assembling. I'm like, you are a dork and I love you. I have been thinking about doing my lives on Saturday later, but I don't get much done in the afternoon because that's when Aaron is home. And I like to spend a little time with him. And then usually by then I'm brain dead anyways. I am pudding-head by around 2 o'clock. Okay, so those are marked. My centers are not marked on here, so we're going to do that. Because this is more of a rounded shape, like it's a very round bag. I'm marking both sets of centers so that I have an easier time putting in the gusset or putting in everything in the same place. Because I will say with bound bags or any type of round enclosed gusset, you do have to worry about not just it fitting properly, but it also it's fit and where it's going to lay. Sorry, I was looking at my notes trying to make sure that I'm not missing anything. Okay, so that will sit nice. Yep, I already singed those, so that's good. You drink, smoke a drink. Inside a drink, you drink a lot of drink. And songs that remind him of the good times. And songs that remind him of the best times. Madre de Dios. Okay, so I know I had another scrap, but I don't know where it is. Okay. Now I have to find the vinyl I used. Is this it? Yep. Sweet. Okay. Aside for a second. Sure, we'll go right here. This looks like a good spot. So because this is a bound bag, I don't really like putting extraneous pieces of webbing, though I will say this is going to be okay, well I still need my tag, but I don't think I'm actually going to. I think I'm changing up my plan a little bit on that. That is because please be 1.5. Yes. I'm changing my mind because I'm not doing side connectors or anything. So the bag, when it's used, will be held by the D-rings. Deloria. I'll have to find where that is. Yeah, I would not have survived as an adventurer in the days of even just regular maps. I would definitely be lost all the time. Oh, but because, come on, there we go. Because I'm going to be using that as a way to carry the bag, I do want to put it in the seam. As much as I'm not a fan of having that extra bulk there, it's going to be in a good place. So let's go ahead and put it in the seam and see how I like that. It seems like a good idea. Sorry. My husband just rolls his eyes when I do bad jokes and then do my Sheldon laugh. Okay, so nope. Come on. If I have to cut you straighter, then I will. I usually take a little bit of extra time to cut out the nameplate backing piece because if it's not straight, you'll be able to tell. So I usually cut it a little big and then trim it down to the size I need. Oh, here, I'm so sorry. I'm making the train case from Rosa. I have a fun Wookie, fun chewy with some pits on it. I'm so happy. Oh, that's why I chose rose gold. Because I have these super, super cute pulls from Bedazzled. They're not really rose gold per se. They're a little coppery, but they've got enough that I think they'll match. But I've got a chewy. And then I've got BB-8, which he has a small porg on his head. Oh, Bo, I'm so sorry. I didn't see making 3 Aries. Oh, good morning, Bo. I'm so sorry. I'm just like all over the place this morning. Like that's anything new. But yes, I'm making the train case from Rosa. Apparently not cutting things properly. With a couple of changes, because you know me, I can't leave well enough alone. I am gonna have to go see. I know I've got some rose gold rivets because I'm gonna want to rivet this. We don't want it boring. We want it riveted. Yes, happy May the 4th. Because see, I've got R2D2 nails. And Bo, yeah, I've got another 12 of those Aries cut out. Which I plan on using those to make a full tutorial video. Wish me luck because I don't know what I'm doing with my life, let alone how I'm putting together a video. But a lot of y'all have been asking me for it. I'm like, you know what? Let's do it. So now that I found a program that doesn't require me to have a master's in technology, I should be able to just throw my super glue on the ground. That's fine. Just trying to get my freaking chalk. Okay. Yeah, I think 1.5. So I'm doing the handle way different. So I don't mind giving out the measurements that I'm using because they're not in the pattern. I'm using a little piece of chalk. I'm marking 1.5 in. Oh, Sierra, how did you like making that Aries? Okay, that's a good idea. I did add a pocket, a zipper pocket on the inside and a slip pocket on the outside. Yeah, Bo. So what I do is I start at the top at 3/8. When I get to where the gusset changes, I scooch over to at least a half inch, maybe 5/8, and go all the way around. And then as soon as I hit that gusset piece again, I go back to 3/8 because you want the top to fit. But yeah, it's baggy and saggy. Um, Oh, good. Yes, 12. I have 12 of these things cut out, and I am going to love and hate every minute of it because batch sewing is fantastic at the end. When you're like, "Oh my god, look at all these bags done at once." When it took you 3 days. I told myself to stop cutting at 10 always. Ah. And then I've got 12 because I'm like, oh, these two will be fine. It would have been 10, but I got one of the new patterns in that I designed for carpet royalty. See, from far away, it just looks like leopard spots, right? But when you get up close, it has the Marriott carpet logo design in it. And I am like, I can't, I'm done. All right, let me see. See, a lot of experimenting that I've already done, like a bunch of it, like especially with the Aries modified. I modified the modified. If you haven't batch sewn before, I recommend starting with a very low number, like 3 or 4. I batch sewed 10 NCWs at once and wanted the world to burn. By the time I was halfway through, it had taken me what felt like forever. But I did stop and think that if doing the card slots takes me 15 minutes, 15, we'll say 20, good 20 minutes, and I'm doing 5, then of course it's going to take me 50 minutes. It's going to take probably an hour to do them. And it can be overwhelming. So if I break it down into the thought process that it's not that I'm being slow, it's that I'm doing too much at once, probably, it helps my brain a lot. I think I'm gonna put, yeah, I'll sew to that line. Trying to figure out where I want to put my rivet. Okay, so how about this? What's that measurement? What's that measurement? Oh, okay, so one would work. And because I'm using webbing, I'm gonna have to pre-punch my holes. Otherwise, I won't be able to get through. It just saw somebody use a soldering iron, and now I'm kind of excited to get one of those and try that nonsense out. Okay, where are you going? So I'll sew that box. Let's do an inch box. I'm also just trying to see how. There you are. Because I want a nice pop-up handle so it's an easy grab. Because I don't want to cut out 10 and said never again. Yeah, I know. It's okay. So, Bo, if you have the simplistic sling or the Catalina or the Carolina from Rosa, I think that would help you figure out how to add in pockets or even the maybe the Tracy wristlet. But what you could do is make them that size with the slip pocket even, and then put just blocks of fabric on both sides like you would with the Catalina or the simplistic, and then cut out your pattern. That would probably be a way to add card slots. And I almost hate you right now because now I'm thinking maybe I could add card slots to the 12 I just cut out. Ah, shut up, brain. Y'all are killing me today. Killing me softly with your song. Oh, that's going to be perfect. And then I'll put the rivet right in the middle. Okay. I have a plan. I need rivets. Yep. Whoa, look at these pretty rose gold rivets. Bam. Alrighty. Okay. Now I have measurements I can give you. So I'm not giving out any measurements for the pattern itself, but because this is the way I'm doing this and it's not in the pattern, I'm not concerned. So I cut out a piece of 1-inch webbing by 11 inches. I'm doing 2 marks, one at 1 inch, one at 1.5. I've got my D-rings on. I'm going to clip so that they're lined up in the middle. I'm going to go ahead and clip the other side because I feel like if I don't, my rings are going to come off. Well, that's not a big deal. It is annoying. Oh, and before I do that, though, I'm going to punch a hole for a rivet right in the middle. This was a webbing that I got sent to try out, and it's not my favorite for straps. It's really stiff, but it's great for handles. At the card slots. Like Rob Schneider in my head. You can do it. All right. Just need you to sit still. Oh, no, I don't want to do that. Okay, so I have punched my rivet hole in my webbing only. Honestly, if you're using webbing, it's a good idea to pre-punch your holes anyways, because then you don't wear down your punch as quickly. So I'm going to make sure that that's nice and straight. That does not feel like it's in the middle. 2 3/8. Yeah, that's definitely not in the middle. There we go. You could be so good. That's better. Okay. Yeah, my mark is in the middle. It just wasn't, I just didn't put the webbing in the middle of the mark, if that makes any sense. Okay. So I'm going to start on that 1-inch line. Okay. And then I'm going to sew to the 1.5-inch line. That's why I was like, maybe I do want that in the binding, in the seam, because it's going to give it a nice bit of extra stability. If you don't want to add a rivet in the middle, then I recommend at least like one diagonal line. The soldering iron part, because I found one on Amazon, and once I test it out, and so I am going to say that some folks like to just willy-nilly throw links on from their affiliates. onto like Facebook and that. Um, as long as it's being tested, like I don't put anything on there that is not something that I haven't ordered or used before. This is literally coming from my order history. Like I didn't really have I told y'all that I was using this and that I was ordering it, but I waited until I used it to give any type of review on it or recommendation. Okay. I'm going to actually go ahead and baste this end on. I don't want it to come undone. Okay, so see, that's how I've got that one side done. And you can't see any stitching because I'm using black on black. Doesn't work. Which I know y'all know is unusual for me because there we go. And then I just went right through that hole and just made a new one. Bucket bag. I have the Bella bucket bag and Blue Calla did a bucket bag as well that I did, but I'm excited to do the Bella. I think that's on my list next, so I will put that down. Where's my planner? Where are you at? Here you are. Planner. My foul mouth planner. Oh, I did that. And I did that. I love checking things off as I put them down. Let's see. So next Saturday, I want to do a speed well because I haven't done one of those in a while, and I have somebody who was like, "Hey, I'd love one of these." I'm like, "Okay, well, let me make sure I can still make it." I mean, I can still. And when I say foul mouthed planner, by the way, for Sunday it says note, moms are fucking awesome, and the Sunday after that is go get some damn brunch. I think that's gonna be a thing. Okay, so yes. Saturday the 8th, or do I want to do it Wednesday? I might be able to do it Wednesday. How about that? Wednesday. I'll either do, I'm thinking the Bella on Saturdays would work better because I have a little bit more time. So I'll put it tentatively on my Wednesday or my Saturday. This way I remember because memory skills are not my forte. I love that planner. That planner makes me so happy. All right, let's do the other side. Making sure that it's even, of course. That should be fine. Yep. Okay. And what I do when I'm doing these types of handles is I push down the other side. And that's going to let me know that I'm sewing this on straight. Come on. I'm trying to get the D-ring out of the way. Now I've noticed on the zapper, if you like leave it on there for a second, it will catch and melt a little bit extra. Oh, that's cute. I like that idea. Doing a bag for every letter of the alphabet. That's going to be, whew, that's going to be a challenge with some letters. Finding some bags with certain letters on it. If you add in that the bag could either be type, name, or creator name, then I know X could be Xandria. I want to say seems so awesome. So magic. That's what hers is. So magic. Not magical. Just I can't remember, but that might help you with some letters too. The Bella would be perfect for that. Did I? Yep. All right. So let me punch this hole, and then we'll get rivets in, and then this will be done. I'm also a big fan of handles going through all layers. Oh, nice. Nope, that's not where that goes. Don't help the fairies. So see, I put my handle through the lining as well, and I feel like that's going to help to keep the lining from sagging in, as well as when you pull this up, you're pulling up the whole thing and not just the exterior. You know, I just realized you could also top stick for the top part of this. If you're using a non-fusible stabilizer, you could top stitch it on here. You're not going to see anything on the top as much. All right, so let's get some rivets. I need to find an organizer because I hate having to dig into these bags. My nails are pretty, but not always do they help me in my world. Because sometimes even just opening up Ziploc bags is a little bit of a challenge. I mean, they help a lot with actual sewing part because I can use them as ingrown stilettos, which is always nice. No, I don't want you to scan right now. Read the room. Okay. And as always, you can replay this on the tubes, as well as I will put the reel up what it lets me show at least. I don't really, I probably should go back and make sure it shows the whole thing, but that's why I simulcast on the tubes as well. Because I want to make sure that if somebody needs to go back and look at something I did, I can't remember. Did that weird chick do this or this? All right, so the top is done. So I've got the bottom set and the top done. Got a nice little handle there with a way to carry it. Loving it. The one I made for my mom, I didn't have the D-rings put on because I was just following the directions. Silly me. So there is that. That goes over there. That goes over there. Now, oh, Lord have mercy. I will do that in a moment. So, because this is just a quilting that I'm doing, I'm not going to baste it with the other side. Technically, I should have cut this larger in case it shrinks, but it generally doesn't. Vinyl doesn't shrink the way fabric does. It doesn't pull as much. And it pulls even less, and I know this is going to sound a little weird, but it does pull even less if you're not sewing in the same direction. I have found that when I sew up and down, it kind of does, it evens itself out. But I don't want to do this with, I don't want to do this with the waterproof canvas on the back because that will pull and shrink and do weird things. All right, so I'm actually going to start right here. So I have put my lines right on each side of the image. I'm not going to go through the image. That is an idea. Hang on. Just to kind of give it a look. That is a clip, not a ruler. Oh, I got space-wise. 5 3/8. Okay, so half would be about 2 3/8, maybe. Sometimes if I can't quite figure out the math of it or it doesn't evenly go, I'll go with the next half. So like if it's 5 3/8, well, I know 5 1/4 divided by 2 is 2 3/8. 2 5/8 actually. Did I do 5/8? I did. So then I'll take, so I do those measurements on both sides and then I'll take the middle of the two that I did. This way I'm not trying to do the math. There we go. Okay. Now my length for this is based on, like I said, I took the image and I marked about 3/4 from the top and 5/8 from the bottom. I gave it that space so that it has a little wiggle room. Okay. I'll do those last. So let's see. So I'm going to start at the bottom here. Back stitch a little bit. And I'm not like pulling or stretching. No, there went baby no face. I'm kind of just keeping it, like I'm corralling it. I'm not really touching as much. I'm more corralling it to make sure that it goes where I want it to go, but I'm not putting any pressure on the vinyl itself. I am not a quilter. I just know what has worked for me when it comes to adding that quilting accent to a bag. Because it's kind of what I do with now see what I'm doing is I'm just folding this up, letting it lay naturally. Letting it lay naturally over so that it's not pushing against the throat, the end of the throat of my machine. I'm just going to finish off by doing this side. Oh, there you are. Put you in your little cauldron. Okay, so I haven't really unclipped anything that is hasn't been done, just to make sure. Like over here, I left clips on places so that it would keep it from shuffling on the other side. So get rid of these. And let me do these. Now, I am doing just simple lines. There's a chance that if I were to do a more intricate design like the way Lauren does her roses in that it would shrink. That is definitely when I would cut it a little bit bigger just to be safe. The other issue is I didn't realize I was going to do any quilting when I cut this, and there's no way to recut it. So we're just going to go with the flow. I also had to cut it a little short because it wasn't quite large enough, but that's okay. That's quite okay, as I was able to add that into the back piece. So just trimming off my tails. And then I'm going to go through real quick and do these other two pieces because I think that will look really neat. End it right there. I'm not going to actually backstitch. I will pull those threads to the back. Because I did on the start and stop of my lines, because they're going to be in the seam allowance. So come on, there we are. No, I'm not tugging it. Or even tugging it taut. I'm just pushing down and then letting the foot push down where I wanted. Okay. Thank goodness I have an eye appointment on Monday. I need new glasses. I can usually tell when I need new glasses when my vision up close is better. When my vision's better when I take off my glasses. It's usually just up close, but I also have to be careful because if it's a sugar issue, then I mean, this is one of the reasons why I changed optometrist. Is she was overcorrecting, like way overcorrecting. Okay, so now, just gonna leave that there actually. Okay. Ta-da! Now I need to clean off. Clean off my silver marks. Okay. I was concerned for a moment there. I was like, uh-oh. Because with the silver marking pen, leaving it for more than a day is you're kind of gambling a little bit. But that's why I like this cleaner, because it really does clean it off. It just sometimes takes a little bit of scrubbing. But you don't want to have to scrub too hard, because it could also damage the thread. But I'm using a black thread, so it'll be fine. Oh, I've got one there. That's okay. That'll be fine. Okay. But now we've got the silver marks gone. There we go. Now he's a clean bookie face. Oh, fine. Over there for right now. Okay. Ta-da! He's so adorable. All right. Now we're going to add... No, we're not going to add the back. What am I doing? I don't know what I'm doing. Now, this is the moment that Liz remembers that this is where the zipper goes. So we're just going to keep the pins on this, and we're going to trim away as much of this fleece as we can. Thankfully, my machine can sew that, but it's not a great idea to have a lot of interfacing in your zipper area. So what I'm doing is I'm cutting at an angle to get as much underneath as possible. Okay, that should be fine. So let me double check this. Yes, I've got a couple things. I've still got 2 more notes on there. Okay, so now that's done. So I need to mark my centers, though. I'm not worried about the other. I'm not really worried about the other foam that's overhanging just yet. That's going to get trimmed. I'm not concerned about that. All righty. So now we're going to install a zipper, which is why I marked my centers. If I'd been smart, I would have had some zipper tape. I'll try to have something for more celebrational stuff for May the 4th and that. Oh, I need that too. Where are you at? Okay, so this is the top. This is the bottom panel part. So it's pretty much the body of it. So cute. We'll then put that aside for a second. And then we also have a top piece. Which we are going to snip our centers on the top. Oh my God. Okay, hang on. I can't deal with this. The 2 Utes. All right, what are you going to play? And maybe I'll keep it on here. Okay, because I do like this one. The club scene music kind of makes my left eye twitch a little bit. It's not my thing. I'm not opposed to those who love it. It just does not bring back good memories for me. If you want to figure out if you're an introvert, the club scene was definitely the way to find out. But I'm an extra introvert. An extrovert introvert. I like people for about a hot second, and then I need you to go away. There we go. Okay, so I've got tape on my top. I'm going to set this aside for now. I'm going to get my zipper tape. Remember the time. To be a little bit longer. Okay, so yeah. Sometimes I'll cut extra, but I won't cut as much if I know that the piece I'm leaving isn't going to be that much. And your boyfriend's not wrong. Just an introvert with extra steps. Pretty much. Sounds about right. Alrighty. So I'm just singeing my edges, making sure that they singed properly. To be fair, it's not a big deal at this point because I'm going to be trimming it down, but I also do like to leave my zipper nice and long in the seams so that if it does unravel a little bit, it's going to take a long time for it to get to it. But you know, like any bag maker, those are my nightmares. Remember the time. We fell in love, do you remember? Okay. So I'm going to I've marked the centers on my zipper. I'm going to pull off that paper. I'm going to line up right sides together my zipper tape. And then I'm going to line up my zipper along that edge while keeping the zipper tape taut but not tight. The difference between taut and tight is how much effort you're putting into that pull. How are you yanking or are you pulling? If you feel yourself yanking, then that's where you'll want to adjust the torque that you're putting into it. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm getting into car terms now for some reason. Okay, so I have that. I'm going to flip this over real quick, and I'm actually going to... No, I don't need it. Sorry, I'm going to turn it over this way. So I'm marking on the back side of the zipper where it's ending on the panel. This is one of the techniques I use to not have a wavy zipper. So now you have 3 points to adjust to it. I'm going to take the other side of this. You can rough cut this. You just need to make sure that at least one side of it is nice and straight. The top side is nice and straight for it. for you to sew on, and then that's about it. I've almost finished processing all of my vinyl that I got in. And when I say processing, I mean I just got to finish putting it away. But some of it might be cut down and put on the website. Once I figure out how I'm shipping it. Alrighty. Sadly, I was not able to cut down the foam as much as I would have liked to. But I use headliner foam, so it compresses pretty. Was that you, little no face? Hi, little no face. Where are you at? My little baby no face. My husband printed this for me. He's like, so is this too small? I'm like, yes, baby, this is too small. What am I supposed to put in it? He's like, I don't know. Tiny clips, random purse feet, hopes and dreams. I'm like, shut up. Stop stealing my line. But yeah, there might be some vinyl that's put on the website on Fat Rabbit. I was actually really impressed with my manufacturer for vinyl too, because they fast. I think I ordered it at the beginning of April, and it was done in here 2 days ago, right before May. So yeah, very impressed. Okay. I've got that sewn together. Again, I do 1/4 inch. You can do 1/8 of an inch if your machine's able to. This is a thinner waterproof canvas. This is, I think, the Grow Tough or Pro Tough from Walmart that I ended up with a bolt of for like $8. So, you know, I'm not going to say no to that. I'm glad that I decided on a thinner piece of waterproof canvas, because this is going to make that a lot easier too with top stitching this down. And actually, I am going to top stitch a little bit lower. I'm not doing 1/8 because of this. I'm going to do, because of this foam, I'm going to go a little bit further in. All right, let's see. And I'm not going to pull on the vinyl on my exterior. I'm going to pull on the lining. Just going to make sure that lays nice and flat. And then again, I'm just going to push with my thumb and then pull the lining. Is Selena? Nope, Paul Abdul. Nice. Okay. All right. Okay, so Good Lord, what did I throw down on the ground now? Oh, hey, coffee. All right. Make sure my coffee's not in the way. All right, so, and see, I do have to say, I do like that little puff there. I think that puff is really nice. So I'm not mad. I'm not mad. What I'm going to do now, before I move on to the top, is I'm going to baste all of this together. It's just going to be easier to sew that top piece if I'm not fighting with all of this. Oops, sorry. Again, I'm letting the machine do the work and making sure that when I fold things over to, accommodate for the space I'm sewing in and cameras. Bobbin got me, y'all. Bobbin got me, but it got me on a basting stitch. So joke's on it. I would have changed this bobbin soon anyways. There are probably 50 clips under this sewing table. Okay, so first I'm going to pull up my bobbin thread so it doesn't get nested underneath. And I'm going to hold it out of the way. I'm going to gently pull up. There we go. Damn it. Okay. So as I was saying, whenever I have to roll up the project, I'm making sure that I'm rolling it up, but holding my hand. So when I was rolling this up, I was holding my hand here and rolling it. So it was pushing up in the back this area, but not shuffling this other part. I feel like I got strings everywhere. Okay. All right, I'll trim that in a moment. Now, I also have to make sure that when I made this taller and then did the addition for the other piece, for the back piece, that I was taking into consideration the addition of the zipper. I think I'm either going to be a little short on one, a little tall on the other, or just right. So we'll see which bear it is, because it's going to be the bear I pick. Of course, I'm going to pick the bear. Bear don't care. Okay, so I've got my top piece with my tape. I'm going to put right sides together. I am first matching up my centers. I'm tacking about an inch on each side. Then I'm going to take I'm not going to slide my hand down. I'm going to take the other end first and make sure that it lines up with the end. Then undo that a little bit. Make sure that the zipper's lined up, and we'll pull them tight for a second and then let go. So I'm pulling tight. Oh, Lord have mercy. The calls begin. And then I'm just making sure there isn't any puckers. So here, I'll show you a little bit. So I have my mark and my zipper lined up. I'm underneath this way. I'm going to undo some of that, not a lot. Make sure it lines up. So I'm going to run my hand across the top. And then I'm just going to stretch everything so that the tape catches hold. And then release. You don't want to stretch too hard. You're just kind of pulling a little bit so that it will connect with the tape, and then it'll relax back in. And what that's doing is it's making sure that the zipper is lined up with the zipper on the other side properly. I thought that was first. Alrighty. As usual, I have cut my other side larger, and I do that with any zipper panel. I work with waterproof canvas mostly on my linings in that. So I want to make sure because certain waterproof canvases shrink a lot. Some shrink just a little bit, but I don't remember which one's which. So I just assume they're all going to shrink a lot. Another thing is when you're going to sew, you want to make sure that your zipper tape is actually, the excess is actually sitting nice and straight. If it's not, then you're not going to start off. It's not going to start off in the right position. Something just felt weird. Sorry. I was just like, wait, what? And I will definitely still attest the best way, if you can, to one of my best tips for no wavy zippers is to not have your zipper pulls on. If you can, if it doesn't have a zipper tab on it, don't put your zipper pull on. It's going to help because you're not having to yank that zipper around, and it's not moving the zipper teeth. Because even with tape, if you do that too much, that's what will happen. Come on, you. There we go. There goes another another clip on the floor. Another clip on the floor. And another clip's done. Another clip's done. Another one bites the dust. Gonna clip it too. Bust it on the floor. So I just realized I forgot to put my tag on here. So now it's going to have to go somewhere. Well, I mean, I could undo that. I can undo part of this and put it on the front, but I don't want, yeah, it's going to need to be on the top anyway. So we're just going to do that. However, now I have to decide if I still want this on here. Where's my tag? See, if you're doing a sew-in tag, it's not a big deal to add it last second. I could shave off a 1/4 inch from the top. This is what. I could even go down to 2 inches. I do like the size of my tag normally, but at this point, I'm just trying to kind of trying to accommodate to where I'm putting the tag. Let me do one more 1/8. I'm also trying to make sure that the tag actually fits. Okay. Okay, no, I don't want to go down any further. It'll look weird. Alrighty. Because the whole point of having this little backing piece behind my tag is to help it pop and not be lost in the fabric. There you are. You haven't got me yet. Yes, come on, there we go. We're going to cinch the ends. You can still use a lighter for this, of course. You just want to be really careful that you're going under the vinyl. I would definitely practice this on like random pieces and not try this out like on your actual piece that you're using. Because you can see that there are singe marks, but they're on the back, which is why the way I do it is I put one of the prongs onto the back, and I just lean it until I know that it's going to be touching the current. And that's how I use the vinyl to guide the prong. I'm not like out here trying to do this way. This way's bad. This way's better. This way is going to just burn your stuff. Okay, let me get a piece of tape. Oh, I guess I'm going to use different tape. I just threw my other tape on the ground, so. Only way about me is the way that I can't dance, I can't sing. I'm just standing here selling. Good news is I've already got my placement pretty well marked. A perfect body with the perfect face. Y'all can end up telling which songs I really love because I can't help it. It's one of those things that is, I fail my willpower roll every time to not sing parts. Only thing about me is the way that I walk. I can't sing, I'm just standing here saying everything. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to top stitch this closed, but I'm not going to baste it closed. That way I'm not fighting with it as much and I can see where the top stitch is. So again, I'm going to make sure that my zipper is straight before I even start stitching. I am going to do 1/8 of an inch up here, and that is because, one, I need that space for my tag to sit on, and two, I didn't put foam up here, so I don't have to do that extra amount. I'm going to set that aside, though, so that I don't accidentally sew over it. Because apparently Tiberius thinks we should do a fat 8, not a pure 8. Sometimes it feels like my machine makes the decisions and not me. Oh. Alrighty. Plus, I have to do one other thing to the top of this before I... Oh, no, that'll work just fine. And I'd sew it together and not be bothered, except I still have to put the prongs in. So I'm going to fold that down. I'm going to change my stitch length to small. And I'm going to hope that that's not low enough. Hang on. There we go. It's going to have to be right on that stitch line. Ooh, yeah, that's going to be cutting it close. But here we go. You know me, it'll be fine. It'll be fine. Yes. Okay. Fine. Just a little difficult to sew this one on. Okay. I don't like how the stitches are sitting on one side of this. So I'm going to carefully undo a couple of these stitches. Here we go. Okay. Slightly askewed, I can let my eyes just roll over it. Very freaking askewed, I can't do it. It bothers me too much. All right. There we go. Okay. And what I'll do is later I'll take a cloth and like the baby iron and go over where these holes are, but that was way askewed. It was barely on there. So son of a motherless goat, are you kidding me? But I'm going to keep it. I accidentally sewed through part of the lining. Okay, where are you at? Right there. So, there we are. They're pretty good, so that'll work. Alrighty. Still glad I top stitched it because it's still working better than it would have had it not. All right. Really need to find the cap for my... There we go. Because I don't want the tip to dull. So I'm not putting it in tip down. I'm keeping it tip up, and I just know what's going to happen. I'm going to end up cutting myself. Oh, okay. So let's do that. Got all these threads now. All right, so we got that. Where's my tape? I'm probably going to have to do this tape in 2 pieces because it's not wide enough. Yeah, it's not wide. The tape is too wide for this spot, really. That's what I mean. Like, I am really going to be cutting it close with this. But I am willing to take that chance. There we go. Okay. Now I'm going to base this down, and then I'm going to measure it to make sure that my back piece fits it. Fix that in a second. Scared the crackers out of me. Because I also don't want to forget to put my dang zipper pulls on it. So they're super cute zipper pulls. They need to be seen. Okay. So there's our panel. Ta-da. Okay, it still needs to be trimmed. Mainly, I need to see how well my math was. It was not great. Okay. So, here lies the issue. I don't know if I can afford to lose any of the top. So, I might not even trim that and just let it be a little shorter. And, that's an idea. So, I have a thought. Do I have a scrap of white? Because I am short about 1/2 inch. So if I put 1 inch on there, trim it down a little bit. Because normally I would just trim the panel down. We believe in you. Thank you. Because I don't know if I believe in you right now. But I have an idea. So I'm thinking, I chose the brown because it kind of looked a little bit like his fur, but it also looks like that leather belt that he wears. I think if I can find a scrap of white vinyl and put it on the top here and sew it down, even make it like 2 inches and then trim it down to what I need. it'll mimic that white of his belt. This way I can fix a slight problem and still be able to not have to trim, because if I trim this down, I would have to trim all the bottom, and it's about 1/2 of an inch short, which then means that with my seam allowance, I'm only cutting him off a little bit, but it's the principle of the thing. I measured this just right, but I didn't. It would be fine if I hadn't have had to put my label here. Good God, it looks so pretty there. Okay, so 2 things I'm going to do. 1, I'm going to put my ever-loving pools right there. I do not want to forget them. Then I'm going to get the scrap box. Oh, Lord have mercy. I'm going to get the scrap box, y'all. I know I have a scrap of white in there. Ooh, we'll start with the wee scrap box. So this is the wee scrap box. This has smaller pieces that I know will end up being tags or other things. Apparently it's got some fabric in it. That doesn't belong in there. See, I could do just another chunk, no problem. However, I do want to do the white. I think the white's going to work the best. Red. Is this white? Nope, that's the red. It's the other side of the red. Gray wouldn't be a bad thing. What is this? That's not it. That's not it. That's not it. Oh, you know what? Ha ha ha. I have an idea. Where are you at? Ho, 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 ho. What? I have salvage scraps that are, just the salvage from the vinyl that I ordered. It's white. It's perfect. It'll do. And it's a different texture, which I think will add to that whole theme that I've got going on now. Okay. So what I'm going to do, take the whitest part. Yes. I'm going to cut it a little long so that if I need to straighten anything, I can. Alrighty. I have to say the best thing about the lives for y'all is you get to, this is how I work. This is exactly how my brain works. Well, I've come across a problem. All right, how am I going to fix this? The only thing that's not happening is a slight meltdown. Because I do firmly believe in allowing yourself 5 minutes to wallow in the mud of that feeling. Because fun fact, pigs wallow in mud because when they come out of it, all the mud dries and then it falls off, taking the dirt and things that's inset in their fur that you would have to really scrub out of them. The mud gets that. So that just means that once you're done wallowing in the mud, when you come out and the sun dries you, you're going to be cleaned of that. Sometimes it just feels good to wallow. Just take 5 seconds and just be in your misery for a minute. There's nothing wrong with that. Now, that is way low of a stitch length. Now, the thing is, the key to it is not to stay in that, though. If you don't come out of it, then that, children, is what we call depression. It's fun. Firm believer, you have to have a full breakdown to feel better. Yes, because if you can break everything down to the foundation, then you can rebuild it better. But even, and just like with that though, you have to be able to pull yourself out of it too. I know I'm in trouble when I end up in my white room. To me, depression isn't darkness, because in darkness I can imagine anything, and that actually helps. But in a clear white room with nothing in it but walls and a circle and no door and no escape and nothing in it, that is my circle of hell. So it's a matter of finding a way to find the door with that. Do I want to? No, I don't actually have to do that. Do I want to top stitch on the white, or do I want the brown? What's going to look more like a belt? Where are you at, Chewy? Let me take a look. Yeah, it looks like it's more under the pieces. So let's do that. Okay. Now, I will say, if I wasn't doing this live, I would actually make this look like the belt even more. And that is because I am a masochist and love adding. Because if you're not doing extra, then what are you even doing? Is my thought process, apparently. All righty. Yeah, a friend told me some fun facts about pigs. I mean, then it divulged into how they can eat a whole human in 15 minutes if they want. And I was like, oh, are you letting me know this for a reason? It's pretty funny. Okay. So now I have that white on top. I don't want a whole lot of this. So let me get my measurement of how big this actually is. I'm also going to make sure that it's nice and straight. Because that's the fun thing about cutting down your zipper panels, is that they come out really straight. Nine and a half. Yeah, that'll do. Yeah, I'm making a pretty tall boy here. Yeah, tall boy. So what did I end up with? Okay, so hang on. I think 1 1/4. Yeah, I think 1 1/4 of that, because then it'll be just kind of that thin strip. All right. I'm doing it, y'all. Oh, Lord. Hang on, I'll be back in a second. I've got everything everywhere all at once here. How come my door is... Oh, I know why my... Okay. So I'm trimming down the white first. And then I'm going to turn it over and make sure that I get the measurement that I need. Yeah. All right. 25 past 10. Oh, we're doing really good. Okay. You know, it's funny. I needed an extra inch and I took off an inch and a half, about 3/4. You fear. Yeah, sorry. If you go to visit a pig farm, don't go too close to the pigs all at once. It's just better that way. Okay, see, I like that. I think that's going to be nice. Be a really good contrast against all that purple too. All right, let me get my... And this afternoon is an office day. So I'm going to be figuring out, I've got a couple orders that need to go out, and then I'm going to be figuring out what we need to do on the orders that, the sad thing is I don't really think the post office has lost them. I think they're still in the sorting facility that they got sent to, because the only packages that have been lost are ones here in Georgia. Everybody else has gotten there. I sent my mom's box. It was there in 2 days. So I know that's got to be what it is. So hopefully we can get that situation resolved as soon as possible. Get claims done. So I'm going to be working on that this afternoon. It is a new... it is a new thing that I'm having to do. I haven't had to... The last time I had to put in for anything like this, it was as a recipient, not as a sender. When you see me do this and stare at the zipper tape, it's because I'm trying to figure out which tooth of the zipper teeth is on top. That does help to put on a zipper without too much issue. So I think that zipper tooth is a little, yeah. Sometimes, especially when you're using a lighter, the tooth can get warped. So if you just clip that tooth, you'll be fine. Come on. Okay, so I know you can go on. That's it. Yep. All right. Goes away for a moment. Because I know there's a couple of folks that had a zipper helper that was supposed to be there and has not gotten there because the post office has decided that they don't want to send shit. So I want to make sure we get on that and get that taken care of. Okay, but I do have those adorable zipper pulls on. This is so cute. I cannot with this. I've double checked to make sure that my zipper tape is singed appropriately. I'm going to go around and clip my lining, but I'm not cutting my zipper tape. I really, really like when my zipper tape is overhanging. It feels like it's got a little bit more support that way. Especially if you have two zipper pulls, then it's going to get yanked in every which way possible. So I'm just kind of trimming that foam again. I'm kind of going underneath. I used to serge my foam. And if you have a domestic, zigzagging along your foam is a really good way to compress it down so that if it is in the seams, it's not like adding crazy bulk. So that tends to help a lot. If you have a serger as well as a sewing machine, serging the edges also helps. Because I have an industrial, I didn't find that I had to do that. Like I just recently did the My Hero backpack, and it did not feel very different. So I was like, okay, well then I guess that's one less step. When you are producing bags the way I do for conventions and shows and stuff, you do have to look at, is this a step that is necessary? And if it's not, then I need to take it out. You know, basting my zipper on before I put the lining on. That's not necessary for me because of the fact that, this is going to be fun. I use tape. Tape does about the same thing. Okay, that's awesome. I'm glad I clipped that top center before I put my tackle on. Oh, how life is. Just want to take a quick picture because that is so cute. His little face and his little friends. All right. Woo, we're getting there. So we're going to take our back piece. Pocket still. Okay. Oh, shoot. Almost forgot to do that. And that's why it's on the notes. Ow. I didn't hit the burn this time. Okay. So I am going to put a piece of boning in the top, maybe, in the top zipper panel to kind of give it a little bit of extra strength. Here we go. Yeah, that's good. Okay. But I'll do that after I add one side. Actually, I can probably do it after I added both sides. Okay. I'll leave that there. This is pretty much an old habit from when I used to do corsets. When the person you're making corsets for is like, spend all the money you can on fabric and cut corners everywhere else, you get used to using plastic boning. It actually contoured to her body better too. The metal would have been too stiff. Where are you? There you are. Okay, so and here is my back piece, and I also am going to be stuffing this in between to give the back a nice firm piece instead of the Decoville. Decoville light is not a bad idea. Decoville heavy, also not a bad idea. Again, I'm trying out different ways to use interfacings so that if y'all are like, well, I don't have this interfacing, I can be like, well, this works as well. Okay, so, and then I also have the pocket I have to install, which I'm installing in a different way than, well, I was going to install it that way, but I don't think I can now. That pocket might not even make it in. We'll see. It might be cut down. Because what my head produced is not what is going to be an actual way to do this. So we're just going to do that. All righty. So anybody just joining us, I am somehow working through the Teresita train case from Rosa. So I've attached the back piece, and now I'm going to put the lining back piece that I had to add to, because I did not math correctly, and that's okay. Like I said, normally I just would have cut down the zipper panel chunk, but placement of the panel, but now I know that I really do need to make sure that there's extra on the bottom. And I could have even just taken it from the top. It would have been fine, except for the fact that I've got everything was just conspiring against me trimming. So, so what we're going to do is get that. Good deeds and kisses we win. Don't worry, that is enough. Make sure your zipper is nice and straight. If you're wanting to make this into a purse, but you don't want to rely on the handle to be able to hold it, before you sew this together, I would do probably about 1.5 inches in from both sides and put a strap there. Just with the size of this, I'm not concerned with it not being able to be held like that. Honestly, this is probably a really good lunchbox pattern too, because things can sit up nicely, especially the size that I'm doing, the height. The height of it would be really nice for that. Okay. And like I did that day, take me all the way. So I can see a little bit of my salvage peeking out. So I'm going to top stitch this with the exterior. I'll show you in a second what I mean once I can get my thread to cooperate with me. Good night, Millie. Okay, so if I were to tug this taunt, there is a smidge bit of white. Here we go. There we are. There's a smidge bit of white. I don't like that, but it's not that much. So, I probably could just go back in. It looks like it's a little wonky anyways. We're going to go in right next to that line. So it's a fat quarter. Really skinny 3/8. Okay. That looks even better. That looks straighter too. So that's the thing, is I didn't have to re-sew that seam. It probably would have been fine just pushing it over a little bit, but it also didn't feel very straight. There we go. Oh, I'm so sorry. It has not been, it has not been giving me anything. It got stuck. My goodness, I'm so sorry, y'all. Second, so that's where it stopped right there. Okay. Thank you, Heart, so much. I know you're gone now, but thank you for letting them know where that's from. Always appreciate that. Errands are important. Sadly, we have to adult sometimes. What is the pen? Oh, the pen, it's called a candle lighter. It is a rechargeable candle lighter. It's in my Amazon store, and I absolutely love it. I call it a thread zapper, though. But yes, it has a little, let me see, there we go. Don't want to get my hand too close to it. I haven't yet burned myself, so I have burned myself over here with the Instant Pot. This was fun. Lots of fun. No, my machine is, the head is on the left side with the throat on the right. It might be the way the camera's doing it. Sorry about that, SJ. So I think I've caught up on everything. No problem, Deborah. It was actually only like $7, but it can last. For me, it has lasted a whole bag. I hope I didn't move that. I did move that. Not that I did. These. No, that's where you go. Nope, that is not where you go. I'm going to have to rethread my machine. My nail caught on something. Okay. But I wasn't in the middle of sewing something, so that's good. Okay, yeah. My machine is a NewTek GS0303. It is a computerized industrial. He is Tiberius, and he is my darling and my everything. I do want to get a cylinder machine, but that's mainly because there's just some bags that would be easier if it wasn't a flatbed. Come on. There you are. I might need that again. Rest in peace in you. Alrighty. All right. Now that that's taken care of. I am working on a Teresita. Lord have mercy. It's a train case from Rosa. Come on. There you are. Yeah, the Teresita. All right, so now I'm going to top stitch. You still see a little bit of that white. So I still see a little bit of the white. So what I'm going to do is just kind of push it to where when it top stitches, it'll top stitch and push the vinyl over. So that's not showing. Come on. There we go. That's going to be fun. Okay, this is going to be fun to top stitch on the other side. Using the threader, the thread zapper is something that you kind of want to get used to. So I definitely recommend starting to just implement it a little bit, but then you get used to where to put the flame so that it actually cuts down the thread closer. So far, so good. All right. So now, this is going to be fun. because our gusset is so much shorter than the panel that we're sewing to. We're going to have to kind of do a little bit of rolling. So you're going to want to make sure that everything is clipped really well together. Which is what I am doing. The seam allowance, by the way, is 2/3. And what you can do is you can base this down. Where are you at? Just clipping off the corner of some of that folded over seam. If this seam was going to be in the binding, I would have butterfly stitched open so it was nice and flat. Alrighty, where are you at? One more. Okay, so obviously this is not quite going to work. So what I do is I just kind of, you just got to roll it a little bit, but you want to make sure you're rolling it far enough away like that, that it's not going to pull too badly when you're stitching it. Oh, I'm sorry. A butterfly stitch is when you have, like, see these two seams here? When you stitch them together, instead of pushing the seam onto one side or the other, you push the seams open and it gives you a flatter surface. So then you top stitch on each seam. I don't mind a butterfly stitch as long as I know there's going to be multiple stitches over it the other way. Because I feel a butterfly stitch in certain spots, like the bottom of a bag, could end up taking away some of the stability of that bag. That's what's matched up nicely. Okay. But a butterfly stitch can be really pretty. I think it's called a butterfly stitch because you open the wings of your seam. Or somebody may have been like, hey, let's call it something pretty. I mean, that's what I would be doing if I was in a council of sewists. Let's name it something pretty. All right. So I have those pushed together, but see, now I have something that I can squish it. That's also why I use foam on the front and not Decoville. Is that what we use? Yeah, if you don't quilt it, then you use Decoville Light. If you do quilt it, you use Flex Foam, which I use Headliner, which is a foam that you can get. Actually, you can get it nice and it's got a bigger width. So especially if you're starting with bags of some sort that you're just wanting to see how you like foam, that's a bit of a more economical way to try it out, because getting a yard of Flex Foam or that, you're not really getting a whole lot of width. Usually it's like 20. All right. You also want to be careful because the threads can catch. They can catch a little flame and go. So it's another thing to get used to. Like, I haven't even used up a dot on here. And that's what I like too, is these little dots. Let's see. These little holes, they have dots that light up. There they are. And they start to decline when the battery starts to run out. All right. So I've got this. I'm gonna I'm going to trim right here a little bit. Just be careful anytime you trim near a zipper that you're not trimming your zipper or catching it. You don't want to snip a zipper. I know there are some makers that do, and that is their prerogative. I do not think it is a good idea. All righty. I wish I'd made myself a plain water. So my husband has a client that runs a, I guess a convenience store of some sort. Well, she started bringing him in snack cakes. I do not say no to snack cakes. I should, but I don't. And in this case, I think I might actually have learned my lesson. Because I'm not lying. This is a dumb girl that'll get in the van if it says free snack cakes. If it goes free Little Debbie's, go right ahead. Free naps and Little Debbie's, you're going to catch all the adults. But honestly, I'm turning this inside out, by the way. It was fine. And then suddenly, this last week, I have not felt good. And I've been cooking all our meals. We really haven't eaten out except for last night. We had Chinese because all I wanted was a big old freaking tub of egg drop soup and to be left alone. Oh, and their dumplings, because they make them and they put the little clear noodles in it. Oh, they're so good. But I've been just sick all week. Like, I had one day where I was what my nephew calls top sick. But mostly it's been what he also calls bottom sick. He has a name for everything, believe me. He gets it honestly. Oh, that's a good idea. I'll try that. That might help. So that's been fun. I'm undoing my zipper because I'm hoping that's going to help a little bit with getting this top stitched on this side, because it's going to be a bit of a... It's still the bear I would choose. Anywho, I've just been getting sick, and suddenly today, I'm assuming that it can't be food poisoning because I've been making the meals. I haven't made anything even that different this week. I made a huge batch of my tomato sauce. I did a couple different things, but nothing that would, trigger. And I didn't know Erin was going through the same thing. If I'd known Erin was going through the same thing, I definitely would have been looking at her food. Because unfortunately, this chick has been hospitalized for food poisoning more than once. Not of my own accord. Just bad luck in one area and a bad mother of a boyfriend. That's another story for another time. So he all of a sudden texts me, hey, I just had one of the packs of donuts, which I had that yesterday as well. Did I? No, I didn't. I hadn't yet. Oh, where's my mallet? I know you're in here. There you are. Okay. Hang on for a second. There's going to be some noise. Maybe. That's a little better. It'd be better if I was able to actually do it properly. So he texts me. He's like, hey, the pack of donuts I had tasted funny, and I checked the expiration date. They're expired. I'm like, oh, God. Listen, I'm okay with most expired foods. If it's 1 or 2 days. But if something already has a long shelf life, like processed packaged Little Debbie's and stuff, I don't even go 1 day outside of it because it's already been on there for about 6 months. 6 months in a day is not great. I know most people are like, 1 more day should be fine. Hang on, I'm having to sew in the cave here. this is fun and exciting. Oh, that's better. Alrighty. Well, I look at the expiration date and it's like March that these expired. Oops, sorry, tubes. March. Fun fact, by the way, you can get food poisoning from expired foods. It's not like the worst food poisoning unless it's canned, and I will not touch anything that is canned and expired. That just seems like you're asking for botulism to happen. But it explains all the symptoms that apparently we both have been having. Needless to say, I chucked out those donuts and everything. But yeah, everything was either March or up to January. And I was so angry because I'm usually so good about making sure that I don't eat things that are expired. And Aaron's learning that he is no longer a young man who can eat just about anything and survive. Ooh, look at this, look at this, look at this. Bam. Okay, so that's a little loosely fine. Oh, nice. All right, top stitching looks good. Get one more thread here. So now I know it's going to take 2 or 3 days at least. It's going to be Monday or Tuesday before my stomach's back in any kind of condition. So yeah, last night he was like, "What do you want?" Because I was drained. Doing anything yesterday was taking me 3 times as long as it should. Actually, let me. Oh, there we go. So I'm gonna mark my centers by using the back gusset part. I'm going to line up those. I need to baste it down as well. But I just want to clip these real quick. You got to live and learn. Thank you, Sirius, for playing that song right now. I do indeed. Sometimes that just proves to you, no matter how old you are, you can still make these kinds of, quote unquote, rookie mistakes. Because it was a rookie mistake. But I was just so happy to have free Little Debbie stuff. Star Crunches and spring cakes, and crunchy donuts. So sad. Actually, they went into the compost heap. So maybe my plants will do well with them. Okay. Oh, now I gotta do the bottom one. So I should be A-okay by Monday. I'm thinking Monday or Tuesday. I mean Tuesday or Wednesday. I should be back to work in order. Like 100%. Right now. I'm at like half energy, but I'm feeling better than I did. So there's that. And I was already starting to feel a little bit better yesterday before he texted me. And I'm glad he texted me because his timing was perfect. I was pretty much about to go get some donuts. So I'm like, I'm feeling better. Maybe my sugar ain't too bad. I can go have a package of donuts. I think we both just assumed it was our sugars being too high. But it was not. Or it wasn't helping, at least. Alrighty. So now, trying to decide, do I want to put the bottom on first or the top? I think I'm going to put the top on. All right. So now I have a lovely tube. We can be done now, right? I just won't pick it. I'll put a bag in it and we can make it a trash can. Perfect little trash can. It's actually standing up nicely. Oh, shoot. That's what I was going to do. It's supposed to remind me. Pretty much. Okay. So pretty much just all my stitching has to come out. Actually, let's do it this way because I'm going to have to do this anyways. I know I'm going to be clipping into my basting stitches. So instead of rebasting the bottom, I'm just going to go ahead and get my clips in on the top, which is the piece I'm going to start with. And that way I can open the top some. I say some and I just kind of opened it up all the way. So I'm taking my piece of Decaville. It's cut a little weird because I didn't want to waste that little chunk there. So just going to kind of put that in. I'm also going to put in the piece of boning that I forgot. I want the curves to sit nicely, so let me put this piece of boning in here. There we go. Okay. Because this piece of boning is going to keep it from shifting weird down. Because what I'll do is once I have the top on is I'll go ahead and go in and then push the boning back up or maybe into the middle. I might just leave it there too. We'll see how this goes. Okay, I know I need lots of clips. I need my clipping scissors. I need the top. The planned pocket is not going to happen, unfortunately, because I did not think that through, which makes me sad because it's such a cute pocket. So what I was going to do was when this was put together, I was going to push this, I was going to put this on and then divide up the pockets. I thought I was clever. Not so much with this, but that's okay. I was clever. I used my clevertivity for other things. Okay, I'm going to make sure that my D-rings are pushed in. And then I'm going to go ahead and start matching up my points of contact. Starting with the back because I had to open that up to put the... I will say, though, that would look cute on the outside. Like the outside of the bag itself. Like not this bag, obviously. And if it was clear, I would just put it on the outside. But it's not, so I won't. All right. It's fitting pretty nicely. On the bottom, I know I'm really going to want to make sure that I have all 4 points of contact here. All my centers marked. There we are. Okay. Because I didn't on the top, but it's fitting pretty nicely, so I'm not too overtly concerned. Now, I did a 1/4 inch seam allowance, so mine's fitting a little bit looser than what I think it's going to when you do all the seam allowance. That way. Hey, Charlie, come on. You can do it. Just push the door open. Hang on. Hey, baby. You did it. And there's a Charlie. Hi. I love you too, buddy. No. They don't want to see that. Come over here. Come over here. There we go. Let the tube see. This is a Charlie bear. Oh, who wants those rubbings? Yes. Is this my mandated break? This is my mandated break. He's my union kitty. He makes sure that I take my breaks properly by annoying the crap out of me. I love you too, buddy. Yes, I do. I love you very much. You're my baby. You're my pain in the ass, aren't you? Are you giving TikTok kisses? Rubbing your face on. Okay, don't rub your face on that. Stop that. That's not even stationed properly. You're just gonna spread out, or is that it? That done? You good? Charlie. You could use staples here. That's not a problem at all. I generally don't, but that's because I hate picking out the staples. I have never been able to get it to where I'm just able to cut them out. Like the first time I saw them, I was like, that is brilliant. I'm going to staple all my bags. And then I was like, this is terrible. I am not doing this anymore. Oh, there we go. It's a wee bit on the loose side, but that's okay. Again, like I said, I had to do some adjustments, mainly because my panel was a little bit short, so I had to make it up in here. And now I know what my measurements need to be. So I'm going to start in the back, squish everything down. I guess this is why I wanted to do the top first. It's just going to be easier. And then I am going to do a tacking seam. So I'm going to go at 1/8. Where's my, I can hear you. So I'm going to do a tacking seam at 1/8, just so that I can put everything on here. Where are you going? Okay, let's see if unzipping this helps. I don't know if that's going to help or not, because it usually does on a regular bag, so I don't know, but this is like a bottom heavy zipper, so that is a little better. I don't think it's going to help when I'm doing the bottom per se. Do what she said. He doesn't love you. No way. Next time, get a woman with respect. You're gonna say no way. Not this time. Not ever gonna get it. Never gonna get it. It's gonna be real. I'm glad I'm doing the top first because I'm also having to adjust, having to see how the name tag situation is gonna happen. Ooh, hungry. Hang on. That's a little. I love these stupid things. The chow mein noodles. They dry AF, but I love them. They're crunchy. Okay. And they don't leave any residue on my fingers, so that's good. What you say? He doesn't love you. No way. Next time, treat a woman a little respect. You say, I choose the bear. Never gonna get it. Never gonna get it. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Because the trick with doing, especially this kind of seam, is making sure that you're not pulling too much and making the whole thing scooch this way. Because if you do that, when you do the bottom, you're going to end up going the other direction, and then your seams are going to kind of do this, and it's going to feel a little wonky. So mainly, it's especially having your zipper open is a good idea. And some sort of stiletto or screwdriver so that you can push back, not this way, or push back into the needle. You can tell if you're pushing the wrong way if it looks like wrinkled, and if your lining looks a little wrinkled in that. Now with mine, I do have the added challenge of making sure of not being fooled because of the lining. This is a very stretchy waterproof canvas. Like I said, it's a Pro Tough from Walmart. Now I do sew the binding on with the bag closed because I go inside this curve. But there we go. So what I do is I take my nails, or your fingers, or if you want to take a bone folder, and I just kind of run them along. I'm looking for holes. I'm looking for places where it didn't catch everything. Actually, the nice advantage of this bag is opening that back up, and you can do this. So you can kind of see how it's starting to look. For me, it's how it's starting to look. Because this is where I can definitely see where it's going to need any extra help. But it looks like it's going to come along really nicely. I mean, that's not even my true seam allowance yet. And whoo, I'm going to be cutting it close to that freaking, thank you. I'm going to be cutting it nice and close to that tag. But it'll be okay. It'll be fine. Somebody sent me a DM after they watched. They're like, they wanted to turn it into a drinking game. Every time I say it's fine, they get to drink. You're not wrong. I say it a lot. Because guess what? It is fine. There we go. So I'm sorry. I'm just pushing down the boning on there. But see how nice that's sitting? Now this does help having the binding on top. It's going to give it a nice structure. And then having the boning here means that it's not going to accidentally squish down. But it's already standing nice. All right. Binding. Ooh, snack time. Binding. I thought the sticker on here said purple. I'm like, that ain't purple. That's black. But it says put up. I don't know how I got purple. I did it again. I went to cut this binding and I didn't get my scissors out. I always cut my binding with pinking shears to kind of make sure that everything's gonna I'm gonna check that because that is too short. Usually when I do this, it's fine, but it's because I didn't have my scissors out and I didn't remeasure. So that's on me. That's okay. I checked before I cut the second piece, so listen to your instincts, folks. There we go. That's better. So I will save this piece for something like an itty bitty bowler or that. But I buy this is grosgrain ribbon. Believe, yes, it is 1 inch. Fat Rabbit Studios does currently have a Sakura Sprites grosgrain. It's a nice soft silky one. I use grosgrain because this is sealed and I don't do a double fold. That's another way. That's another place where I had to think, does the double fold or can I do just a regular fold and get a similar, product. Okay. So I figured I don't have to do double fold. Cool. I'll use this. Okay. So I started using waterproof canvas. Now the problem is that some waterproof canvas frays. So I was still having to take a moment to seal the edges of the waterproof canvas. Okay. It's still fast. It was still faster though, so it was still good. I have done the fold over elastic. I do not care for it as much. Because my issue with fold over is that it is also more expensive. And I get pretty much the same from this as I do fold over elastic. That's why I went to this, is that I didn't have to seal up anything really. Because the edges are nice and sealed. Fold over elastic, it's nice if you have troubles with curves on binding, fold over elastic is nice because it helps you really kind of pull with the curve. But if you use tape to put it down, it kind of takes away that purpose of it being elastic. So you kind of have to do it either where you tape one side and then fold over as you go, or just clip it. And I don't like clipping it because that's where you're either stretching, overstretching, or understretching. Now I've seen some folks use it, and like I think Amber uses it or has used it, and she loves it, and that's great. The best thing about binding is that you find what works for you and then go with it, because there's no one true way to bind, or there's no one true tool to bind. Like I said, there are folks that absolutely love doing the double binded method. It's like quilting, where you start with, it's how I was always doing my binding in the beginning. You sew it one side and then you fold, then you take the fold over edge. So you sew this to the edge, and then just imagine that's another, there we go. So this is folded in, and then you wrap it around and you have that. I just don't use cotton really in most of my stuff. So the gross grain has been what works really well for me and for my production, as well as the cost. There's so many things I look at. This is 1/2-inch double-sided tape, by the way. I just do both of these at the same time because it's what I'm going to need. But I always do one side at a time fully. But the first bound bag I ever did was the Speedwell from Blue Collar. And for some reason, I did one. And then for some reason, I was like, I'm going to cut out 5 of these. I'm going to cut out 5 of them, and I'll batch sew them, and I'll have all these bags, and it'll be amazing. I was so young and dumb. So young and dumb. So full of hope and thought process. But that was, I learned real quick that this was a mistake. I learned how much regret I was going to have in doing this, or how much I thought I would have regretfully in doing this. 5 Speedwells, because if you're not sure what the Speedwell is, I do implore you to look it up. It is a great pattern. It's by Blue Collar. It is a sling bag with a pocket on the front that zips out, and then has 2 pockets inside it, a zipper and a slip. And then you go inside, and that has 2 slip pockets as well. So if you follow their method of materials, you are going to end up cutting out, including stabilizer, thankfully, 90 pieces. Because I counted. So I cut out 90 pieces times 5. All those bags are gone, by the way, because they came out real nice. But after that, I was a binding queen. And I knew that I would always love a bound bag. And I do. It will always be my preference over birthing, over just about anything. But that's because binding feels like it's more streamlined than birthing. But I did those 5 bags. And I don't regret that I did 5 bags. When you get into a kind of a tight corner, I push out the seam and then smooth it in and then put it back in there. So you go to the middle, push down, and then you pull the seams apart a little bit. Well, not the seams, just kind of pull that curve. I also make sure that everything's nice and tightly put on there. There we go. And now I'm going to go inside the curve. So I'm going to, what they call it, sewing in the round. Look at that. I'm going to start on the back. The first side you put on is the one that you are going to want to look immaculate. And that is because the first side, you have a lot more control. Especially like right now, I can go into the bottom of the bag. I'm not going to be able to do that after this side is put in. Sorry, double checking my stitch length. So I have, okay, let me do this real quick. I'm going to see if I can successfully move the tube's camera. That seems like a bad idea. We'll see. So that when anybody goes back to watch this one, there we go. Now you can, so if you decide to watch it on my tube, the replay, because I cast at the same time the gram, the clock, and the tubes. So I'm going to go ahead and get this nice straight line going. And then as I'm doing the circle, first of all, my foot's off the pedal. At this point, anytime I don't plan on actually sewing, my foot is completely off the pedal because somebody likes to be an eager beaver. And anytime I lift up the foot of my sewing foot's up, human foot's back. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to pull it so that it's going into the curve of it. At the same time, I'm going to smooth out any, I don't want to say puckers because that's the wrong term, but any wrinkles that the tape has. Again, foot is up, scooching that around. Now, with this bag, I think I'll still have this kind of advantage because I can put down the top zipper. I can put down this top zipper and still get in there, and I don't think it'll affect it as much as if it were an even distributed zipper. Foot's off, foot's up, foot's down, foot's back. Honestly, you do want to try to mimic your human foot, or if you have a robot foot, the foot pushing your pedal foot. There we go. Your pedal foot should mimic your sewing foot. So if your sewing foot is up, your pedal foot should be off the pedal. Anytime you're not sewing, it really should, especially with an industrial. And believe me, it is tempting, especially when I'm doing applique, to not lift my foot up, to not move my pedal foot off of the pedal, even though I really should. So again, I'm just lifting up the foot and kind of readjusting. These have nice soft curves, so it does help a lot with that too. This would be a really, really good bag just to learn binding and curves. Binding curves. This would be a really, really good bag for it because you don't have to worry about all these curves until you're putting in the top. So I think it's a really good learning bag for that. Come here. There we go. Okay. So. The other thing is you really should be a little bit more forgiving to yourself on binding. it feels like everybody makes such a big deal out of having immaculately perfect binding. And don't get me wrong, Jess from Wish Upon a Rainbow, I would swear that she has elves that come in and do her binding, or fairies, or something. She's got a pact with some sort of mythical creature, because holy crap, her binding is immaculate perfection. And I hope she sees this, because it is. However, I do think I know she puts a lot of stress on herself for that. This is also a good bag just to kind of check how that looks. Oh my gosh. I am loving that look. Do you see how the tag sits? I can't believe that worked. I don't want to turn it back right side, because it's just so beautiful. Oh, let's see if I can get that. I mean, look at how pretty. Look at how pretty that top is. Don't make me do it. I'm okay. I'm sorry. I'm okay. Whew. Okay. Yes, and a lot of people, by the way, some folks like the elastic because it stretches around the corners really nice. I just take a little bit of time. The time that I save not having to singe or cut or fold or iron does allot me to put some time. There we go. Now, I cut the ribbon with... There we go. Didn't know I could do that. I cut my binding with pinking shears, but you really should also singe the edges just to verify that it's not going to unravel, or fold it over if you have enough to fold it over on the end. All right, y'all. What time is it? Oh, we're going to finish a bag today. Shut up. We're going to finish a bag today. So I'm just kind of moving this piece of... There we go. I'm just moving my piece of Peltex away from the seam so I'm not accidentally sewing over it. There we go. All right. All right. There's our end. We're almost there. I know. Oh, nice. Good job. There we go. Who's that? Fiona Apple? Oh, Criminal. I like this song. Everything feels like slightly muffled right now because I just can't get my ears to pop, and it's a little annoying. Bad girl. I've feelings with a delicate man. And it's a sad, sad world. A girl would break a boy just because she can. It's free to deny it. I've done wrong, so for my sins. It's to be true. I don't know where I can begin. What I need is a good defense, 'cause I'm feeling like a criminal. Alrighty. Good Lord. Avenue of love. Way I am. So mainly I'm clipping on the actual curves. So I'm pinning, I've clipped it in place on the long edges. And then I've clipped in that other center area. Because this is like, this is an oval. There we go. It's an oval. With an oval, you have sections of straight. So that's the difference between a circle and an oval. You can have these. What I need is a good defense.
And I will say this mimics a lot of how I used to do the Brooklyn by Swoon. Swoon, right? Yes. I have a love-hate relationship with that bag, and honestly, it has nothing to do with the construction. I love how it looks. I just don't think it's a useful bag. And I will say the fact that I keep selling them means that that is a personal effect choice. So in that, I try to think about the fact that is there a way to make it more useful? I don't like how it opens. So I haven't really thought of more of that, but I did add more pockets to it. Duffels are not bad if you don't do the one by Swoon. Swoon has it as a drop-in lining. And I will say I dislike very much a drop-in lining where you're using a zipper hole as your drop-in point. Because if you don't have a cylinder arm or a machine where the arm can come off, that is going to be so just. So I've done that one, but I did it with where I bound the circles. Once you figure out how you can do ovals and stuff like that, it's not so bad. I need to look at that one because duffel bags. Because there's the quilted beast, but I really want to do it. I really should do a duffel bag for y'all. The Dallas by Swoon. That's what it was called. All right, so this is going to be fun because I sew with the gusset up, and there's so much of it. We're going to see how well this goes, but I'm going to open up the zipper, and I know I'm going to have to do some squishing. So we'll squish down and back this way. I'll start with the back. Don't know why. I feel like the back is a good place to start wherever I do these. Okay, here we are. Okay. So if I can't get my gusset to move, so YouTube will be able to see this best, maybe. It might be too high up. Let me see. There we go. Okay, so this part of the bottom is kind of trying to stick out, and I can't get the gusset to move where I want it. So I'm actually going to take my screwdriver, lift up my foot a little bit, and I'm pushing. So I'm going to stitch, and then I'm going to push a little bit. I'm going to make sure that I'm staying in the seam allowance, though, especially with something sharp like the screwdriver, because you can slip and it'll push it or scratch whatever you're working with. Ask me how I know. It's so interesting to watch like Miko crafts. Like they don't clip it. They just like start with the straight edge and then they kind of move it as it goes. I've done that once. I'm sure I could continue to do it that way if I wanted to. The issue I have is making sure it lines up everywhere properly. And that's why I do this tacking stitch and make sure that everything lines up the way it's supposed to. If you're having to do a lot of trimming when you're binding, then your gusset is too tight. And I'm not sure why it is such... Okay, so small rant. I despise a super tight gusset. I don't think that there's... I think that there's maybe one pattern, and I can't even think of it off the top of my head, where I didn't have to adjust the gusset so that it would fit properly. I mean, I guess properly is a eye of the beholder thing, but fit without me having to tighten it, or pull, or sit there and really dig and move it. Like I've seen some of the videos where somebody will they just let it kind of ride around the corner, and I'm like, that is not a proper gusset. It should fit. It should fit snug, yes, but not so tight that, you know, I can see the whites of their eyes. Sorry, this one's it's a little bit more challenging because I'm glad that all I did was foam for the top for this body. But I think quilting it also kind of gave it a little bit of stability too. Let me get rid of these, baby. There we go. So my pet peeve is a super tight gusset where you have to sit there and put too many clips into the corner. I also don't like having to do a lot of deep clips just to get the gusset to sit properly. I think now you've weakened the gusset. Okay, come on. Here we go. Put off, straightening up. Now, I have also added too much to a gusset. Actually, one time I made a mistake. I added I looked at the wrong scale and it was like 5 inches too much. I'm like, whoops. There we go. Okay. Yeah, see, that's a nice strong top. Okay, so let me do this. I'm gonna move the camera for the tubes for a moment so that you can. So I'm gonna zip. Oh. I'm gonna zip this up for the moment. Alrighty. I'm gonna chew on some noodles. That will be fine. Okay. So I always end up with one side that has less tape to the end. This is the side that I usually either plan to fold over or I'm going to end up cutting it off at some point. But I always start with the side that has the tape all the way to the end. Uh-oh. I'm done with my coffee. Forgot to make myself a water. It's not gonna work this time. There we go. Okay. I'm kind of excited for lunch because I've got some leftover lo mein. I'm going to make sure that it's a nice evenness around it, which is what I think I'm going to have to open this back up. There we go. And then I make sure that everything lines up nicely. See? Okay, now I shouldn't really need any of these clips, maybe a couple, but mother. But apparently I'm just going to throw some of them on the floor. One more just for measure, apparently. I'm going to keep a couple out. And mainly I'm doing that because, like, right here. Okay, so I am going to bring YouTube in just a little bit so you'll be able to see the camera. And the reason I'm doing that is because this way I can show you what I'm talking about when it comes to the curves. So scooch so everybody can see. All right, so I'm pushing down the flat. I'm going into the middle and pushing that down. You can see where it's kind of bubbling up. So I pull, take this seam, and I pull them and then start to kind of work them down. The tape is going to help. And then I also then take a moment to run my fingers along that seam so that everything's nice and even. Okay, so another curve. I'm going to take this straight edge and I'm going to go ahead and just kind of run my hands along it. There, now you can see. Okay, so I'm pushing down that middle of the seam, pulling that apart, and then this will help it lay where it's supposed to. So one more time, a couple middle. This helps to also make sure that the edge is right where I need it. But I don't know, you might notice I don't have to trim that often, and that's because I'm making sure those seams match up right. Okay, and now, oh my Lord, ooh, I'm going to take some medicine. My hands are getting bad. Okay, I'm actually going to, normally when I sew in the round, I zip this up because it needs that extra stability when you're doing the round. However, because I've got all of this here, it shouldn't be too hard. You know what? 15 to 12. We might actually have time because I'm almost done. I just didn't do a strap for some dumb reason. I can show you some of the vinyl that I got in. Okay. So make sure that you are at a good place to see me sewing. I'm going to start in the back. And this is where I'm going to use my true seam allowance. I use 1/4 inch. That's a preference. You can use 3/8. It's just 1/4 inch means I'm following the edge with my foot. And this is where it's really important that you have a consistent seam allowance. All right, I've got my trusty screwdriver. And as I'm going through those curves, I'm pulling what's going to be going under and then smoothing it out with my screwdriver. Sometimes you have to lift up the foot and kind of adjust it. Now, with tutorials, is that something that y'all want voiceover work more than talking as it's going? because I've been trying to decide how I want to do that. Honestly, the way I do my binding, I probably could go down in width. Now, sometimes it is difficult to get a good pull. Like I really could use an extra hand because I've got one inside the bag, one yanking here, and then I need one pushing with the screwdriver. Just making sure that my seams are okay, or that my stitches are okay. Okay, alrighty. Remove the tubes back over. Oops, Nikes. Apparently almost dumped the rest of my binding. That's gonna go over there for now. Clips can go in the clip holder. Okay. There we go. All right. Everybody can see now. So I'm kind of scrunching in my sides for this one and pulling it this way because what I want to do is make sure that the strain on the zipper isn't for very long. All right. I'm running my knuckle along that seam inside there. And now I'm going to do it for the bottom. Honestly, I am not unhappy with my stabilizer choices. I think not completely sewing in some of them was a good idea. But oh my lord, the force is definitely with this bag. Look at how cute that came out. There we go. Let's get that. Now it is squishy in the front because all I used was the foam, but thank you, Bo. However, that is, I like that. I like the height on it. The finished height. Let's see. Why are you leaning forward like that? Probably should have done instead of my middle one, which I like to put a middle instead of like all the way across because I feel like this middle point ends up sagging. But I probably should have put one here and here too. But we'll see. Let's see. There we go. Now it's standing well. I don't know why it wants to. It feels like it's leaning forward. Why are you the leaning Tower of Pisa, mister? If anything, it should be leaning backwards. Well, I am not a scientist of physics. There we go. Yeah, I'm not unhappy. I'm not even unhappy about that white. I almost wish I had done just a little bit more so it matched up with this. However, I think that looks really nice. And it's pretty much just a tall travel case at this point because there aren't any pockets inside of it. But that looks like that could fit easily some large items. Like this would be a good thread traveler too. My thread fits in there nicely. Oh, I'm like, what's there a country song playing? I mean, I don't mind. I'm just confused. That might be it. So I think what I'll do next time, what I might do to adjust it, because I do like all foam. It makes it squishy, and the binding is what really gives it that shape and helps it keep the shape. I think what's going on is that this is leaning just a little bit in because there's nothing here really to support it. So I think doing a tuck like I did with the Peltex, just a quick tuck in there, would be amazing. Because I'm like trying to squish it so it'll just sit by itself, but it is it's being just a little bit of a bud, but I think it's cute. I definitely think it's cute. I think when it's filled, it will sit nicely. Okay, I'm futzing now, but that's me. But all it really needs is a really cute strap and it'll be good. So hang on just a moment. I'm going to sit that right there. See. I'll be right back. Let me grab that vinyl to show y'all. That's what I got in. Oh, mother of God. Okay. Whew. Okay. That over there. I have a noodle. All right. So first up, I got some invaders in. It's a super cute one. I love it. I'm so excited for it. Over there. I went crazy and got a bunch of Potastics done. But so this is a Dark Circus Pokemon. Super cute. Here are the evolutions. And this like just fluffy background. I love it. It's so pretty. So those two were Potastic designs. I got more of hers, but this one is my own. It is Christmas Soots. It's a very Ghibli Christmas that I designed that I love how it came out. I have, now these were drawn by Bunny and Bee on Instagram. I'm going to need to post. I need to let them know that I finally got it done. But they did the drawings for it because Last Unicorn is my absolute favorite. And then I put in the quotes and did the background design for it. It's kind of this like parchment papery design. It's got a couple of my favorite quotes. Then I have Alistair, again, Potastic design. And Has Been Duckies. Look at them. Oh, they're cute. They're so adorable. I fucking just can't. I can't with them. They're so cute. Those were the full yards, and then I designed some half yards because I wasn't sure how well they were going to sell, but I needed them in my life. Oh, Lord. I have vinyl everywhere, y'all. Lord. Hang on, it's a lot. No phone. Mother of God. Why do people call me on Saturday? Okay. Whew. No I said no. Okay. Sorry about that, clock. Okay. So these are all Potastic designs that I did with half-inch or half-yard rolls. This is my little angry boar love. I absolutely adore him. Look at his little angry face. And his little butt. He's got a butt. Okay. Here's Cerberus. You know, some days you don't want to fight Cerberus. This was an exclusive. It's so magical that I had to have. Sewing Danger Noodles. The duckies. Oh my God, the duckies. I may be buying the license to have those put on webbing. So you might want to join Fat Rabbit Supplies on Facebook. Because I think that's going to happen. I think it's got to happen. So I'll have the little duckies for webbing. Here is Jackalopes. Because sometimes you just need some cryptids. So I got all the cryptids in a small roll. Mothman. A Mothy. Mothman. Oh, it's so much. Look at how cute he is. Oh, I'll lose my mind on these. The last of the cryptids I got was Cthulhu. I love how they're all cryptids, but they're all just like done sweetly. Right? The Danger Noodle. I'm telling you, man, it is probably one of my favorites that she's done. Except then there's my angry boar husband. So I'm really bad with names on my favorite animes, but the best thing is that apparently, and I was told this at a convention because they're like, well, who's your favorite in My Hero? I'm like, I like my icy hot husband. They're like, oh, Todoroki. I'm like, yeah. I like my black bird, my goth bird guy. And I said his name. I like my angry husband, my gravity queen, my acid queen. And they're like, oh my God, you're giving them perfect names. And I'm like, thank you. I appreciate that because I don't remember their actual names. Say hi to YouTube. So that's all the vinyl I got in that isn't carpet royalty related. I did get also, I tried my hand at, there they are, making cut and sew because I have the pattern and I've bought the SVGs in that. So this is, all I have to do is cut this out and put the line and put the lining for the cards on it. And this will be a Potastic Designs. She might have it available now. You definitely want to join her group. She does, because she did the duckies as well. She does some amazing collaborations with a couple of other people. Somebody who did Killer Clowns, but Furbied, and I kind of need it in my life because it's like all my nightmares from my childhood, and I don't know why, but that's comforting to me. I don't get it either. But yeah. So with these, all I have to do is I've even got the markings for the card slots. It looked like they printed a smidge smaller. Like I think, yeah, they printed at 1/8 of an inch smaller. Fat something. Oh, Fat Rabbit Supplies. That's my supply company. I do zipper tape and webbing. And other supplies like my sanity. No, I couldn't sell my sanity. We'd be out forever. Let's see, here it is. Like the zipper helper. My husband designed this and 3D printed it, which he needs to do a couple more. I've got some to send out. But I'm gonna grab the license to do webbing, and I'm gonna definitely do the duckies. I might do just the Has Been Hotel on there too. But I am looking for some good. Oh, you're welcome. I'm looking for some good ideas. Somebody threw down a gif of Percy Jackson. So I'm like, I might have to do a fabric design and webbing design. Because when I do a fabric design, I actually work with Jennifer at Cosmic Fabric Creations. Uh, and those are always fun. Those are good. So this is, yes, I think the cut and sew is a brilliant idea. Hillary at Beauty and Geek has this one, the Congoer, the Hex, the math packs. The math packs are very popular. I mean, and it's got everything that you need, including the insides. So the issue is I don't do the math pack. I do just a smaller version of the Fortuna. There are some that I really can't do the cut and sew because I've adjusted the pattern in certain ways, but these I didn't adjust the pattern for, really. And I can't wait. My name is Slim Shady. But like I designed this one. I designed a bunch for the carpet folks. So those are my dies. It's real nicely there. My little bag stuff is supposed to be mythology themed, but it's so hard to find. Oh, okay. Yeah, I was really thinking about doing something Percy Jackson, but mainly thinking more towards the gods and goddesses for most of it. Big mythology fan here for the longest time. Though the gods and goddesses are assholes, they're also self-involved. Poor Hades. It bothers me how much Hades gets the short straw of like everything. It's always his fault. He's Lord of the Underworld. It's always. Anyways, I could go on a rant and I don't want to because it goes downhill real fast. So I'm really excited to cut those out. Real excited. I think my next purse might be with the Danger Noodles, the sewing noodles. Right, Hades' poor baby. I'm actually kind of happy he found love. That's why I want to read the lore books. But I need to decide what I want. And I think next time I do this pattern, I'm going to have it a little bit smaller. Because what I did is I created a file in Affinity and created it a certain length and then did half of one of the patterns and half of another. I don't remember who was with this one. But this way I got 18-inch rolls with everything and didn't have to really wonder, am I going to be able to do anything with any of these? Maybe I'll do the Speedwell with this because I need to do a Speedwell. What was the other one that somebody wanted me to do? This is why I wrote it down, though, because I don't remember. Let's see. The Bella. Ooh, this would be a nice Bella, wouldn't it? The bucket bag from Rosa. Stop. Oh, I have so much to do. Oh, thank you, Bo. I'm glad you remember. But that's why I wrote it down. I think I'm going to do the Bella with this. And that'll be my next bag. Because right now I have the, not the Catalina, the Carolina? Is that the other? I need names to be. I was complaining last night when we were watching Two Towers, how Saruman and Sauron were like it's all the same names. Tolkien, I needed you to have a little bit difference here. So I would get them mixed up in my head a lot. Okay, fold over. It would be a cute fold over. I wonder if I can fit all my junk in a fold over. Because the Phoebe fold over is super cute too. I'll think on that. But I think Carlotta. I made myself a Carlotta at 85%, which so adorable. Beyond stupid adorable. So maybe I'll make myself a Bella because that was my spring bag. So it's this beautiful kiwi lime green vinyl with a Sakura Pocky. And with this, I would definitely use my thing hands webbing because that would look really cute. Mm. You know what we need? We need somebody who will cosplay or draw Senshi Scouts, cryptid, like Sailor Mothman. I'm going to stop now. I think I need food because now I'm going down a rabbit hole that I shouldn't be going down. But seriously, somebody get on that. Might have to talk to Bunny Bee. Okay, so, ooh, sorry, tubes. So what I do need to do real quick before I forget. So that sort of fit. That did not work. No. Better in the seams. And this did work. Okay. There you go. So this note now will go over to wherever it went. Oh, here it is. We'll go into my pattern notebook. Pattern notes. There we go. Like kind of like this, but Carlotta, Freckles. I know I did the train. I just nope. That's the itty bitty bowler. That's an idea for a double wallet. Modified Aries. Too far. The notes I have on my simplistic Rosie sling is crazy. Okay, here we go. Boop. That's what it was. All right, so I need to release the pattern for this. It's just a binder, but you can take it off when the elastic's done. So it just holds my thing. I do have a website, and my Instagram usually has pictures of the bags. I need to start really posting more pictures. Right now the problem is that I'm in crank it out speed, where I'm just trying to get all these bags done. I've got those 12 modified Aries, and what I'm wanting to do is, instead of subjecting y'all to the same bag over and over again, because I'm in the middle of a batch sewing, I'm wanting to have something cut out that's completely separate. And this actually helps me a lot too, because at some point in the middle, there's the jogger's wall. And it's a term, if you look it up, it's a term that joggers use when it's not plateauing. It's literally a wall to them. Like they are not going to be able to get past that, and they keep hitting it until they can break through that wall. They could lose momentum of their training. I know I'm explaining it very roughly, but with batch sewing, you're going to have a wall where you're going to hit it and you're going to be like, this was the stupidest thing I've ever done. I cannot believe I cut all these out. Now, when you get to the end of it, you're going to be like, holy crow, there's all these bags done at once. And it's going to be endorphins, and it's going to erase all that regret. And you're going to do it again, because that is the definition of an insanity. But anyway, I digress. You're going to hit that wall where you just don't want to keep on with these bags, and you're going to hate these bags, because you're doing them over. You're doing the same step over and over and over and over and over and over. And with that 12, I'm going to hit that wall very, very quickly. However, it helps that I do love that little bag and I want to see them done. But the other thing is that when I hit that wall, if I can time it properly, I'll hit the wall when I have a live, and I'll have a different bag to do. And that's what's going to help me a lot. It's going to be more entertaining for y'all at the same time. And anybody who's watching to kind of get those tips and tricks and to kind of figure out what the, people like me who sometimes sit there and look and just stare into the void because we're like, wait, they want me to do what? That's me. I kind of enjoy staring into the void for a moment to try to figure it out, but I don't want to do that too much. But if you have that issue where you're not sure about it, you can also ask me and get a little bit on that. The modifieds are a lot quicker because you're not doing those. In fact, I like the modified better than the OG because those extra zipper pockets, they do take a bit of time and they take a lot of finesse. Fun fact is I still sew I was sewing that top zipper at 3/8, but I found the 1/4 inch works just fine. In fact, I have less wavy with the 1/4 inch than I do with the regular, but that's because at one point I made 10 of them. So the modified should be quicker, but at the same time, I've modified the modified. Hang on, I can show you. Oh dear God, that was my purse. I'm okay. Okay. Thank you. So what I've done is having too much space bothers me for some reason. I don't know. It's a thing. So like on this one, I added the heat transfer vinyl. The best way to find out if your heat transfer vinyl is going to do what you want to do is take a scrap of the vinyl you plan on using, a scrap of the heat transfer you plan on using, mash it on there, and then just sit there and try to scratch it off. So I have found that thinner ones do work better. They tend to kind of meld into the vinyl. Just be very careful. And when you do it, make sure that it's cut bigger than the actual piece. Or make sure that you cut along it. Otherwise, you could get lines. And I recommend when you do heat press it, that you use parchment paper and not a Teflon sheet, because the Teflon sheet can impress into your vinyl that pattern, that texture. So that's the front. This is how everybody's been doing. Most folks have been doing them. They've got the two sides just like this. And then you have the main open area. But that's not enough for me. Because again, I can't leave well enough alone. So I added a slip pocket on the front. I take the inside lower piece. I cut that. This one's, I'm doing them lower this time. There's a reason that I did them higher, and that's because of this magnet lock I just had to have and use, but, So there is a magnetic slip lock on the front. Slip lock. Slip pocket. I still use the sides. I do still do the recessed zipper pocket with it as a perky one, as you can see. I do love this placket. I like that placket a lot. But I added on the zipper pocket inside as well. And I did find that I had to add a strip of fabric right between here and where we were going to put the pocket. So I do have to trim everything. So while, yes, they can be easy, I, of course, have made them more difficult. And I did find some super cute little different shaped zipper stops, and they are in my Amazon store. Highly recommend them. They're so cute. Okay, so the reason I did the slip pocket you'll see on this one, is because of nonsense like this, where I just had to have this really super pretty magnet. But that's why it's so high. On the next ones I do for the Carpet Royalty line, the pocket will be just a little bit shorter, probably about a half an inch shorter. But I also, by the way, didn't cut out a second body. I cut out a top and another one of those. So I cut out 2 rectangles. And that way I wasn't adding any extra bulk in here and not using up a ton of vinyl that isn't going to be seen. It'll only be seen when you open up the pocket. So use a fun lining there. And there's the zipper placket. I did a longer zipper on this one. I'm finally realizing that I don't, God, that is a heavy zipper pull. And then see, there's the zipper pocket inside. Excuse me for a moment. I was like, wait, did I close this one? I don't remember closing this one. And this one is a little bit on the baggy side, and that's because I'm still trying to figure out how much to cut off. I think I'm actually going to cut off some of the lining middle. But yeah, so, and this is the thing webbing that I'll probably use with the Danger Noodles because it's so cute. I really do. I've got a bunch of pictures because like this, by the way, this faux cork, this is on clearance right now at Beauty and Geek. And I highly recommend it because I'm not going to lie. I got it and I was like, it reminded me of those tablecloths back in the day. It like felt like that. So I was sure and I've sewn with that, by the way, because I thought that I could do a corset with that, and I could. It just didn't last very long. So, I mean, I've been tugging at this, but no, it sews beautifully. I adore it. That one's from there. This gorgeous red foil is also on Beauty and Geek. Like all my Aries, I was just like, I needed to test out fleece, edge coating, and vinyl. Well, I could do that all with this. Who designed the Danger Noodles? Pawtastic, Pawtastic Designs. Absolutely. She's definitely on Facebook. She's definitely on Instagram. I don't know if she's on the Clock app. But I love Kelly so much. She's just one of my favorite people. But yeah, the red foils from there. And the edge coat, which she has them. Oh my God, she sells them in these little pots. Yes. I was like, where's my drawer? Hang on. Here we are. She sells them in these little pots, which are perfect for folks like me who don't do a lot of edge coating. Like, I don't know if I'll edge coat those purse pals, pocket pals, purse pals, pocket pals, the cut and sew that I did. But I will say I do love doing the edge coat on these. It just adds that little bit of extra to it. It just adds that nice touch that will get you going from oh to ooh. It's so cute. Trinket engraving. Hang on. Let me get something to write with. It's one word. I don't even know if you'll be able to. It's going to be backwards. I'm so stupid. Hang on. I know I can do this. Okay. There we go. That might work. Oh, well, there goes Instagram. There you go. Fantastic. That looks even worse. I look like I'm trying to get you to look up a demon name or something. I'm doing real good. I'll see if I can edit it to tag them in. Because I think that's what where's my Facebook? I'm trying to think of what design she has up right now on Facebook. No, 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 no. Don't look at the pretty bag that somebody else made yet. You know what? That's on me. I've been saying the wrong name. It's positive. You've been looking up right. I've been giving you the wrong name. So it's PAWSITIVE. Oh, that's true. I could. That'll work too. But it also helps if I say the right name. Let me see. See if I can find the website. Oop. This poor old iPad, it really doesn't like doing a lot of stuff anymore. All right, well, it is time for lunch. I hope everybody had a good time. My mail. And I will see you Wednesday. So here we go. Now I can actually, yeah, that's on. If I can get my mouse to work, I can say goodbye to the tubes. There you are. All right. So, bye, YouTube. And